these stories.
I believe that.
Good morning. Calling to order meeting of the Buncombe County Board of Elections for Friday, November 15th, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it is at long last and finally Canvas Day. It's great to see so many people in the audience. We appreciate your attendance. For those of you who are unaware, we have a guest book up front here, and it is our official record of attendance. If you haven't signed the book already, I hope you'll do it by the time you leave today. Appreciate it very much. I understand we have some people participating virtually. We've got at least 5 people viewing online. Just want to remind everybody that all of our meetings are streamed, and anyone can monitor our activity by tuning in online any old time. But thanks, everybody, for being here. First order of business is the agenda. I hope my colleagues have had a chance to take a look at this. Without objection, we'll approve the agenda for today's meeting. And hearing none, the agenda is approved. Next item is office updates. I know we've been really busy. For those of you who are unaware, we met last night and we didn't adjourn until 12:40 this morning. So I am extraordinarily impressed with the fact that everyone is looking so alert and everyone's here on time and taking care of business. Director Duncan, what's the latest?
Okay, so I don't need to remind the board, but people in the audience might want to know that last night we processed all of the provisionals. So there are some numbers on this board actually that I think, thank you.
White man.
So 1,411 provisionals we processed last night, and we balanced all of that, and that will be part of the audit today. So we'll learn more. You all had questions about the kind of percentages of why things were approved and disapproved. So you'll see that in the audit today. And that is the last of the results, and those will get posted after this meeting. I do want to say, however, so we have control over posting to the website, but the State Board of Elections is having significant IT issues today. So whether that posting actually gets to the website, don't know. But we'll have reports for you.
Will we put it on our website, or does it have to be on theirs
It's
first?
through the State Board's website, yes, unfortunately. I don't know that that's the case, but I just wanted to put that out there because they are definitely having issues today. We went over this last night, but let's go over it again so that everyone else knows what we're doing also, and a reminder is helpful anyway. Today is Canvas. We started at 11, which is very excellent because that's what we have to do. That's the law, 11 o'clock. We didn't have the 9 o'clock meeting, though, because we finished the provisionals last night, so that's great. We will start with same-day registrations returned undeliverable. So those are ballots that, under the new law, are removed from the totals if that second verification card comes back undeliverable. So we have some of those. We'll present those. Next are the board challenge hearings, and we have a significant number of those, and that will be if there's anyone on that list who received a letter and wants to give more information, you'll give them the opportunity to do that then, and then those can be finalized in whatever direction you would like them. The next one will be those photo ID exception forms that you all wanted to review for possible disapproval. So we're kind of doing the harder stuff first. And all 3 of those things could result in changes to the totals. And so we need to do those first so that we can give time later to make the manual edits to show in the results. And Devin will present those after we go through those 3 processes. Then we'll start giving you the audit results for all the voting types. So you'll see Victoria come back again. She'll talk about provisionals. Justin will present the absentee audit. Devin will present the early voting audit. Bria will present election day, and she'll present the total summary. We have all of the materials here for you to review for that. So that will be next. After you get those audit results, you can look at all of that. And then we will break so that we can print the reports, which will be very large for this election with 161,000 voters. So that'll take a little bit, and I suggest that we break for lunch then. If there are significant number of manual edits, it might be longer than an hour, but we're estimating an hour right now. Then, when the reports are done, Bria will present those reports, and it will come with the final abstract of votes, which is why I have my notary book here. And once you all approve that, if you move to certify the election, then that is what finalizes the 2024 presidential election for Buncombe County. And then we can have cake.
Cake.
Yes.
Anyone have any questions?
Okay,
All right.
great.
That's the
So
roadmap.
is Devin, Devin is back there changing roles. We'll come up in a second. He's gathering his materials.
Sorry, I've got way too much paper. So there were failed same-day registrations, and those changes are actually still ongoing right now. There's still some that we have already taken care of that we need to add back, actually, because they came in this morning with the required documentation, and 96 is the number of failed that I have currently. They were from all different early voting sites. There wasn't one in particular that had like a heavy amount or anything like that. So, Those are the names. It says 106. The green dots are the ones that are in process of cure right now, as far as we know.
Out of how many, Devin, altogether? Do you know?
116,100 something.
How many
But,
same-day registrations?
yeah, same-day registrations.
Oh, there were about, I think it was around 2,500.
Okay, so 96 out of that 2,500.
Yeah.
4%. Mr. Whitney, you did mention that this process is ongoing.
Yeah.
Today seems like a deadline.
Yeah.
So I don't foresee the process continuing past today. What happens?
Oh, it's not going to happen past today.
Okay.
Just the things that need to be adjusted in electionware are still happening because we made changes last night, and then people provided documentation today that would set them to the cure.
Okay.
Cure point. So
What's the deadline time?
it was 11 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
and been a little busy. Haven't been able to get to
Yeah.
all of them yet.
You're never gonna see this. And the ones that are yellow, we're still in the process of. Is that
The
what
ones
you
with the
said?
green dots.
You'll see little green
The
dots on
yellows
the.
mean what?
Yellows were, I think those were just ones that we were unsure of, or we're
Still,
trying to find the application, like getting it all together or something like that.
You said 11 o'clock is the deadline for submitting the cure documentation.
Mhm.
Most of these that failed are because there was just no contact, there was never a contact made? Is that?
The address that they provided when they same day registered was not a address that the USPS delivers to, so it came back to us. Some of them were typos, you know, that kind of thing. I know of at least one typo, so.
What does it do with a place like Montreat where nobody gets mail at their residence?
I mean, it's the same deal for anybody that has a post office box.
Well, that's all we have in there. So
Yeah.
does that mean that those registrations are potentially going to be rejected? And-
To a PO box?
Well, because if they give their true street address, their residence address,
Yeah.
as you are aware, Montreat does not exist. Only Black Mountain exists.
Right.
But nobody lives in Black Mountain at those addresses. Will people who attempt to register as Montreat residents as giving a Montreat street address, and we may have other places in the county like this, I don't know, but if they give a Montreat street address, will the system kick them out?
No. We have those addresses in our address database for registration. If they don't provide a PO box, then it'll try to go, but then come back. But everybody lives in Montreat.
That's a PO box.
We've had this problem for years, so it's
Yeah.
not like it's new news, but you just said that it kicks out anything that doesn't have a recognized street address, which none of us do.
Right.
What about
We're not-
using phone numbers and texting and what, in the new age, I mean, what is a way to communicate with people?
I mean, if they provided something.
Right.
Then yes.
So remember, though, that the same-day registration, this is another new law. The same-day registration rules, this is just applying to that voter verification card. There's all kinds of other verifications that are happening with registrations, and those happen with the same days. But the new law said if the verification card came back undeliverable twice during this period,
Got it.
then they need to be pulled. Where in the past that wasn't the case. The verification cards are they're sent to voters they have to have a residential address that our database has, so we know that that is an address that exists. And then the voter has a mailing address. It can be the same or different, right? For Montreat, it has to be different. So the card goes as a mailing verification to whatever mailing address that is. And then if that is a successful mailing, then it's deemed good. That's how the mail verification process works. So if you send it to a PO box that doesn't exist, it's going to come back to us.
But if they gave a mailing address and it's a P.O. box, that'll fly.
Yep. And then whoever that mailbox has will be able to see that card and say, oh, what? This isn't me, or yes, this is me. And so then we'll have verification that that address is correct. Does that make sense?
Thank
So, Mr. Whitney, the 96 undeliverable same-day registrations at this point are those that have not succeeded, that have not passed the verification test.
Correct.
Some of them had passed it, but, folks came in, provided evidence.
Yeah, out of the 106 that were on that list.
Right.
some
And
of them.
of the ones with the green dots that are still being reviewed by staff,
Mhm.
what is the recommended disposition at this moment for those?
So Amy is saying the green dots are reinstated.
Green means good.
Green
Yeah.
is good.
Good.
I'm sorry, the green dots are what?
There's
Reinstated.
11 green dots, there's 106. We're missing one somewhere.
Then it's 95. Yeah.
It's hard
I
when
know.
things are
All
changing.
all of them coming in so quickly this morning, it's gonna be crazy.
This is probably not a bad time just to remind everyone, and I know I'm going to make this reminder as the meeting wears on. We have had so many changes in the process of conducting an election in this state that, well, I'll tell you, I am so grateful to have such a highly accomplished and competent staff tackling this, because it has been a real challenge to successfully come to terms with all of these changes, so many all at once, with our compressed election timeline due to the Kennedy ballot thing, as well as the storm. I really appreciate the work and the effort of my colleagues on the board, who have been amazing coming in here and working really, really hard, scrutinizing everything we do very carefully to make sure that we are fully compliant with the law. But this has been tough. And I just want to remind everybody that this has been an election like no other for a lot of reasons. But it has been a real challenge for the staff. The recommendation, I believe, is for the board to disapprove 95 same-day registrations that were undeliverable, and to not count the ballots of those registrants in the final tally. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
All right, I would entertain a motion to remove the 95 registrations that had undeliverable postcards, and to remove those ballots from the total tally. Thank you, Ms. Brain. The motion before the board is to remove 95 undeliverable same-day registrations from the list, and to remove the ballots from the tally. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Whitney.
Jim, is it possible I could get you a copy of that list? Can I get you a copy? All right, challenges. Everybody on this, well, I figured it'd just be easier to read off of the forms that were signed. Everybody was sent a letter, either the night of, the day after we met, well, the last one was the 12th. Yeah, everybody from that was overnighted letters through the USPS. So it has gone out, and I guess, and there are 2 that I'm actually recommending for withdrawal of challenge. One of them is the one that we discussed on the 12th, the felon.
Yes.
That situation has been resolved. There was a delay in the state system by about 2 months. So, yes.
That's a long time.
That's why that individual appeared on the felon list when indeed they were not. So, and I'll pull those out.
Thank
And
you.
the other one was from Election Day. One of the voters that had a ballot go to the 11-4 meeting, that then went and voted on Election Day, because assuming they, just didn't know or didn't see. After further auditing, one of them, the absentee ballot should count, and the record that was in Overd needed to be canceled. There was no ballot for that individual.
Oh.
So it was a mistake on poll worker error, and somebody selected the wrong voter. So, and pull both of those out.
Are those the two for withdrawal?
Huh?
Are those the withdrawal ones?
No, I'm grabbing that.
This is,
Yeah, what are those ones?
Those are from the 11. These are from the 11-8 challenge meeting.
So those are ones that are going through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you say that again, please?
This stack is, the challenges are from the 11-8
And
challenge
quickly
meeting.
we're keeping those.
Yeah, all of these, yeah. I'm
They'll
gonna
all
pull
look
out the
familiar.
two and
Oh, yeah.
pass those around.
And I need to
Those are the ones we covered on the 8th.
correct. Yeah, these are the ones that we've seen previously, and the process requires that we address them at this meeting at Canvas. But as we heard from Mr. Whitney, our ability to contact these voters and for them to provide additional information is also part of the process, which is why we wait until the very, very last to dispose of these challenges. So just so everyone knows what's going to happen, when I get the forms back, I'm going to start to call out the names of the people whose ballots have been challenged. If someone is here who is one of these people or is representing one of these people, that would be the time to ask to be recognized and to address the challenge.
Just these two.
Did we get the number on this? I know we had it on the 8th, but I don't have the list.
Yeah. I'll just do a quick count once we get them back. Oh, please send them on back. I need that list. All righty. All right, we shall proceed. Is Ian Parfeny here? Ian Parfeny? Is Carrie Hunt here? Carrie, K-A-R-I, Hunt? Patricia M. Camera? Is Ms. Camera here? Is Victoria M. Giacco here? That's G-I-A-C-C-O. James M. Gregg Sr. Mr. Gregg? Carlisle E. Snuffer. Is Carlisle E. Snuffer here? Sylvia C. Smith. S-M-Y-T-H. Sylvia Smith. Audrey D. Bailey. Is Audrey Bailey here? Donald H. Sproul. Mr. Sproul? Arlene A. Mountain. Ms. Mountain? John M. Box. Mr. Box. Larry R. Ammons. Is Larry Ammons here? Steve G. Oberg Jr. Steve Oberg. Sidney V. Stern. Sidney Stern. Mimi V. Tuttle. Mimi Tuttle. Thank you.
So those were presented at one meeting, and then each of these are the different meetings.
Thanks.
There was 15 for that meeting.
It's 15. Thank you.
Which meeting was this one? The next one?
Do you want separate motions from based on the date they were presented, or do you want to go through the whole stack?
I think you should go through the whole stack in case there's anyone here, so that you can only deal with the ones that will change.
Okay. Which meeting was that one?
And just as a point of information, the 15 that I just asked for the names on, 13 of those people are deceased. And the two others, basically, we could not figure out who they were. This stack that I'm about to read is instances where the voter was issued the wrong ballot style. This is a fairly long list, so
What was the date of that meeting? Is it on there?
there isn't a date of this meeting per se.
That's the 8th.
The 8th?
When we presented them to you.
Okay, okay. Well, yeah, it's just not documented on here. Okay, from the top, Janie D. McMorris, Jennifer F. Caldwell, Nancy S. Seeley, Mary J. Oliver, Chad T. Burnett, Suzanne M. Johnson, Michelle M. Baldwin, Greta M. Carson, Chelsea L. Coons, Iris Goldman, Carmen M. Conley, Brianna R. Hastings, Christopher R. Harris, Jose M. Medrano Martinez, Michael L. Holcomb Sr., Bradley K. Marsaglia, Andrew R. Edelstein, Milton T. Jackson, Melissa P. Sumner, Belden R. Blevins Jr., Martha Ginsburg, Henry B. Strock III, Robert D. Lessor, Bronwyn Black, Shannon L. Yateman, Eric A. Michelle, Scott F. Webster, Deborah T. Gray, Danielle C. Hussey, Janet L. Dooley, Teresa G. Feroldi Cannon, Mary K. Beatty, Anthony Arguez, Robert McQuiggan, Sandra L. Cooperman, David R. Day, Deborah K. Turner, Anthony E. Davis, Nancy W. Edney, Tricia L. Keenan, Victoria A. Lancaster Ames, Valinda A. Langford. How many was that, Ms. Brain?
42.
42, thank you.
Here's a paper clip for your first stack.
All righty. The next list is a list of voters who had an absentee ballot accepted, but they also voted on election day. And we insist on one to a customer, so. All right, Amy E. Brubaker.
That's one of the two to withdraw.
Right, so I needn't announce this name, correct?
Since it's hearing, I think you should pull
Oh.
them out and say sustained on the ones you want to sustain and not for the others.
All righty. Then I will set that aside and we'll come back to it. Maheen Islam, Ingrid M. Wells, Betty C. Mantiply, Gary M. Pearson, Kathy Brooks, Eric S. Campbell. Mr. Campbell.
I got a challenge because of, since I was a judge guilty of a felony and my citizenship rights have not been given back. I've got the paperwork that says I have,
That's good to hear.
so do you want that?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. We just heard a few minutes ago about a 2-month delay in the posting of some information. It sounds to me as if this might be right up that same alley. Mr. Campbell, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming in today.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did I-
Well, I want my colleagues to
Okay.
review the documentation, and they may have some questions.
Okay.
Did you do same-day registration? when you
Yes, sir.
voted? But you already registered
I registered, yes, sir.
before you voted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was timely. I guess so, yeah.
Yes.
So were there 2 periods of probation?
Yes, sir. And the last one ended September 5th. So that would be when my rights would have been restored September 5th.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about a 2-month delay.
Congratulations.
Yeah, coincidentally, that September 5th was exactly 2 months before Election Day.
Yes, it was.
I think I registered September 6th or 5th, something like that.
It's all good. As long as you did it before October 12th, you're good to go.
Is this our only, this was our only felony restoration case? We had at least one other, right?
There was one other, and it is essentially the same thing. And when we reviewed that other case, we just wanted a little more research to be accomplished, and that's been done, and confirmed that that individual, in fact, had his rights restored.
They confirmed that before the challenge.
Right. All right.
Thank you and congratulations
Yeah.
to you.
Yes, and
Do we keep this, or does he get it
I
back?
think we should make a copy.
Keep it.
A copy.
I've never been happy.
Oh, thank you.
thank
Okay,
you.
you have this
Yeah,
copy.
if you'll send it on down, I'm just going to append it to the challenge form. Inasmuch as Mr. Campbell is standing before us right now, I would like to make a motion to withdraw the challenge of Mr. Campbell's ballot.
I'll
All
make
those
that
in
motion.
favor?
Oh, you made it.
You bet. I
We don't
am
need to
happy and
double
proud
it.
to make such a motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Mr. Campbell, the challenge is withdrawn and your ballot counts. Thank you. I love it when I call a name and I get a happy outcome. Donald West. Letitia L. Adams. Charles E. Chapman. Marcus J. Payton. Sharon Glidewell. Stephen D. Horner. Sergio A. Quirino. Lauren R. Moy.
It's 13.
Now, just to get back to this stat. There,
No, that's 13, and then one we approved.
well, and in fact,
Or with,
there are two other challenges that staff has recommended for withdrawal. And if, I mean, we're ready to proceed with this. If you could just remind us about the research that was accomplished in these two instances.
Yeah.
I know one of them was the felon who
Yeah.
provided documentation.
Yeah, there was, there's several emails back and forth with, I believe it's Paul Cox at the state board, talking about it and then pointing out that, you know, oh, he's on the felon completed list now. So.
Okay, good.
And then he kind of explained the delay a little bit. And the other one was just on a, you know, presented it after a first pass of election day auditing when the voter showed up on there. And after the second pass on that site, it turned out worker error. There
Okay.
was somebody selected the wrong voter.
Got it.
Fair enough. So that made three that we ended up withdrawing, three challenges that we ended up withdrawing, and 13 stood.
Do we still need to vote on those other two?
Yes,
Do y'all still need to?
yes.
No, we.
We dealt with Mr. Campbell's challenge. The other two challenges still need to be addressed. The challenges of Aaron M. Browning and Derek Burton. And per staff's recommendation and consistent with the research, the information that they gathered, I move that we withdraw the challenges of these two ballots. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Oh,
Yeah. we'll
right.
explain
This one. This one, where we were grateful for the Veterans Day holiday,
Yeah.
which enabled our director to submit a challenge timely.
This came up through provisional research, that this was another case of somebody who was not registered with the same name as somebody who was registered, going and voting on their record. And I think they changed the middle name and address on it. But per the state board guidance, the director's able to issue a challenge on the board's behalf. It's up to the board to ultimately decide what to do.
Right, and I believe the issue in this case was the individual was not registered to vote.
Correct. Yeah.
I remember that one.
This one, I'll just go ahead and get this out there so it's less awkward later. I am unclear. I believe that this voter may have walked out with the ballot.
Oh,
There is no ballot in that day. There's no ballot. I did not set it aside for anything. It was, many people have looked, and it's not there.
so we have a ballot that we're ready to challenge if only we could find it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
So
It
does
wouldn't
that
be the
mean
first
number-
voter who walked out with a ballot, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you that much.
There are 2 other canceled records for, this voter not, well, for the other registered person that were canceled, and there's spoiled ballots for both of them, of the 2 other canceled records for this vote. So I'm not exactly sure.
So if we can't find the ballot, then that means that there's, in the challenge, there won't be a change in the numbers?
Correct.
So what are we challenging?
I think we're actually challenging the registration more than anything else, because here was an individual presenting themselves to vote,
As someone else.
and, well,
Well,
they told them the first name, last name, and at the check-in, that first name, last name combination wasn't quite there. There was someone with a different middle name. And I guess they decided, oh, close enough, I'll use that. And, they represented to be someone who they were not. And we don't count those votes.
So, Mr. Quinn, the consequence of allowing the challenge will be that the registration of the status quo will be restored. Is that correct? The
This-
registration that was in
this-
effect prior.
The status quo ante.
Ante, yes,
Yes.
and your uncle. as far as I
No,
understand.
no. A-N-T-E.
But they will, so the registration that was in effect prior to the visitation by this this proposed voter would simply remain undisturbed. And the change that was made, the election day change that was made will be reversed. Is that correct?
Yes, yep, and this is how we track all of those things.
So the motion should be to challenge, to uphold the challenge to the registration of this second person.
I think that the ballot still needs challenge, that this vote still needs challenge.
Right.
We're challenging that this person voted.
And despite the fact they were not eligible, they voted. And
Okay,
so,
that isn't gonna throw your tally off by 1, is it?
well, they
Well,
were
it will
issued
be
in
off.
ATV.
Yes, we
They
will.
were issued in ATV.
Mhm.
but we
Yeah, no, they didn't.
don't have a
All right,
corresponding
so
ballot.
that stands in for a ballot. Okay,
Yes.
I get it. Okay.
Yes, yep, and this is the way we track all of those things, so, when Devin comes back and presents the audit, you'll see different things.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. I would entertain a motion
So
to
moved.
uphold the challenge. Thank you, Mr. Aceto. The motion is to uphold the challenge of the ballot. Mary Ann, could you please just pass me the?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. I just want to get the name. There you go. The motion is to uphold the challenge of the ballot cast by Emily J. Morris. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries. Mr. Whitney, thank you.
Thank you all.
I think your time in the spotlight is over.
It's not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I've got a few more.
Man, oh, man, this guy.
Maybe not right now, but later.
All right, well, thank you so much for this. I don't recall ever having handled so many challenges at this stage of canvass.
I think we need to make a motion on all of those other challenges that we're gonna sustain?
That we are sustaining off of this list, that we are sustaining the 95.
For the same days. Yeah, you did the same days.
Okay, then which didn't we do?
Have your hands on. You just upheld
This
the
one we did. We did the
and
one.
then you did the 3
We did the
withdrawals,
withdrawals.
but we haven't sustained the rest of
Okay.
them.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to uphold the challenges of, Ms. Brain, I'm going to count on you for numbers here.
70?
70, which category?
Well, there's 15 that we initially, you initially called out.
Right.
13 deceased, 2
Right.
unidentifiable. There were 42 absentee ballot
Okay, 42, that was it.
that also voted on election day.
Mhm.
And then there were 13
Okay,
that we just went through,
right, where the voters' absentee ballot was accepted and they also
Right.
voted on election day.
and the others were outside of that.
Right.
I think we just missed the one that we just discussed, Emily.
But I think they already voted on that.
Yeah, yeah, we
Oh,
got it. we
oh,
got
I
it.
see.
Yeah,
I
we already
understand.
voted.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to uphold the 42 challenges on individuals who were issued the wrong ballot style. Thank you, Ms. Brain. The motion before the board is to uphold the challenges of the 42 ballots cast by people who were issued the wrong ballot style. All those in favor of the motion? Excuse me, sir?
Those are partials, correct? Wrong ballot style.
Some of them. There was a, go get the number, but there were some that came back and voted provisionally.
So all the voters were contacted,
Right.
and then we did whatever the remedy that they wanted was. So some of them was voting the correct ballot
But the
style,
challenge
coming
to the
back.
absentee ballot will still be the same.
Correct.
Yes, yep. And then some were, they said, nope, just count
Just
the
count
ones
it
that count.
as is.
Mhm.
All right. The motion before the board is to uphold the challenges of the 42 ballots cast by individuals who were issued the wrong ballot style. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Those 42 challenges are upheld. We also have the 15 instances. I'm going to handle these separately. I would entertain a motion to uphold the challenges of the 13 individuals who passed away between the time they voted absentee or early and election day.
So moved.
All, thank you, Ms. Stein. Motion before the board is to uphold the challenges of the 13 ballots voted by deceased community members. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries 5-0. Would also entertain a motion to uphold the challenges of the 2 individuals who were not who they represented themselves to be. These were challenges that we tackled a week ago and went around the block with them in case anybody needs to be reminded. All those in favor of the motion, I'm making that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Those 2 challenges are upheld. Last but not least.
13.
Thank you. Well, it seems like more than that. I would entertain a motion to uphold the 13 challenges of voters' absentee ballots that were accepted when they also voted on election day. Anyone want to make that motion? I'm kind of sick of making motions.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Brain. The motion before the board is to uphold the challenge of the absentee ballots that were voted by voters who also voted on election day. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries 5-0. All right. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. I think next up we had a review of photo ID questions.
summon Victoria.
Well, while we're waiting for Ms. Pickens, does anyone have any questions? Little downtime, I forget. Mr. Williamson, long time no see.
Good to be back here with you all. I do have a question about the challenges to people's conviction. Are you all, in your research of those voters, in evaluating those challenges, are you able to see the status of their conviction in Department of Corrections data, or are you only provided information on the status of their conviction from the state?
So the information that we can consider is from the state. So we have different lists of a perfect match one that is to review, and those are the documents that we are to use for list maintenance for felony convictions.
So where do they come from? They
The
come from
state board. The
from
state
state
board
not from-
compiles.
Not from adult corrections.
The state board compiles them with DOC data. So they're matching DOC data with elections data and then providing that to all the counties
But we're not
for
matching
list
it, they're
maintenance.
matching. Right, we're not, the counties are not matching it, just the state board matches it.
Is providing us those lists. Yep.
And so to clarify on the 2-month backlog of processing people for the felony completed list, that's a problem at the state board, not the Department of Corrections. So if you were able to.
Well,
access
I
from them-
don't know. I just know
Don't.
that, yes. I don't know.
So it could very well be that the Department of Corrections data is lagging and.
Right, right.
That's what happened.
Good morning, Ms. Pickens.
Good morning. So I have the 5 provisional ballots that the board decided to request a hearing on. So the first one is Atkins, so I wanted to just hand you the material that we have for that voter. And since the last meeting, we have sent out a letter overnight to each voter, letting them know of their options to submit a photo ID or to have one made here in our office, or by 5 o'clock on yesterday, and that there will be a hearing today at 11. I have not received any contact from those voters. We tried to call them if we had their contact information. I text one person, and I also reached out to the worker to see if I could get more information, but I didn't get much information from that. So the first voter that we have is Atkins, and so their other reasonable impediment was forgot photo ID.
They need to see the.
This back here.
22.
Provide a list of all the voters.
Thank you.
That's just your draft, so
Yeah.
you don't need this. Thank you.
Have you all reviewed that one? I didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to remind the board what we're doing and also let the audience know, because this is another new process that started this year. This is with the photo ID exception forms only. So the photo ID exception forms have an other category where you can list why you didn't provide the photo ID. And the board is to review all of these and decide whether they are valid or not. And we have had extensive discussion about these. What minutes day is it? Is it the 8th?
Where we had,
I think it was the 12th. It's November 12th. So we have discussion in the minutes there about the things that we reviewed. There's numbered memos and state training. There's a lot that goes into trying to figure these out. So they had been reviewed earlier. All of these people have been notified so that they would have this opportunity today. So Jake will do similar to how the Challenger hearings were. If any of these people are here, they can talk to the board, and then the board will make a decision on whether, in this case, it's very specific. It's requesting the board to decide on falsity. And if that is determined, the board has to be unanimous in that determination. If you do unanimously determine falsity, then you'll need to write a written statement for why.
Mr. Quinn,
Mr. Cito.
would you entertain a motion on the exception form that's before us, Azaria Kalia Atkins? After you ask if she's here.
Ms. Atkins? Is Azaria Atkins here? I'll proceed, Mr. Aceto.
Okay, I simply renew as a motion to reject the ID form, according to the motions that were made in the meeting of November 12th, that the board would reject the photo form of Azaria Atkins by reason that this statement of reasonable impediment forgot photo ID, bears no relationship to their ability to present the photo ID in person, and is therefore false. It brings to mind to me that I forgot the dog ate my homework excuse. It isn't responsive to the question of why you have not presented your homework. It is answering some other question. So I would make that motion.
All right, colleagues, the motion before the board is to uphold the challenge of the ballot of Azaria Atkins. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, do I need to mark the envelope?
Yes.
Not counted.
Yes.
Okay.
And I assume you want these back.
Yeah.
I didn't think you wanted those out there.
We could do one at a time.
Yeah.
Our next
All right,
one
Ms. Pickens?
is Burris.
Thank you.
Documents.
We're in that same problem. Victoria's melting down.
Is Ronnie Carol Burris here? Ronnie Burris?
All right, Mr. Quinn, if you may, if you will.
Garcido.
I will, referring again to the minutes of November 12th, I now make the motion that the exception form of Ronnie Carroll Burns be rejected by reason that his statement of reasonable impediment has ID but expired years ago. There's no relationship to his ability to present the photo ID in person at the voting place and is therefore false.
All right, the motion before the board the motion before the board is to uphold the challenge of the ballot of Ronnie Carroll Burris. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Next voter is Reese.
Thank you. Is Asher Reese here? Asher Reese?
Then I don't believe we made any motion or finding on this on 12.
It's not under the name, it just says other reasonable impediment.
Right.
Oh, I see, okay. Lack of signature and ask for the staff to research the registration.
Now, it's over here on the 5, is that the minutes?
Yeah.
Over on the last page, this motion that you made, last page.
Last page. The other
No,
last
that was your motion, Ms. Brain, and
you
it
made
was
a
to,
motion.
it was
Yeah,
to
you
it was to disallow the photo ID exception form due to lack of signature. And,
Mary Ann, you don't get out that easily, no.
Yeah, that's right.
Which one are you looking at?
It's the sixth bullet down on this second page.
We're talking about these 5, right?
We're talking about this bullet right here.
Now, Mr. Crown, I guess the question is, what was the result of staff's?
What was the research?
Investigation regarding, did you find the registration?
No, they're not registered to vote.
So we have no signature on the ATV, no signature on the exception form, no statement at all,
Oh,
and
they're
no
not
registration.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to disallow this ballot based on, it would be on falsity because there's no registration, there's no signature. I make a motion to be disallowed.
All right, the
Or
motion,
uphold the challenge.
thank you. The motion before the board is to uphold the challenge of the ballot of Asher Reese for that individual not being registered and not executing the paperwork required to vote properly. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you. That motion carries 5-0.
Next voter is Schaefer.
Mr. Quinn, can I ask a question of Victoria on this one?
Ms. Stein?
This one says that research showed that the voter had previously satisfied ID requirements in Buncombe. So I'm a little unclear what that means compared to the fact that we have this situation with an out-of-state license. Can you help?
So they satisfied it as far as being a registered voter.
Uh-huh.
But then every time they vote, they have to provide ID.
Right.
Which is what they provided that exception form with that reason on.
With the expired
Yes.
It
license,
goes
okay.
back to the fact that there's two different types of ID verification. There's the ID with your residence, that a person actually exists with all of these, Social Security, driver's license, all of those things.
Mhm.
That's what that's talking about. That has all been verified. But now we also have to show photo ID.
At the point of voting.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
And a valid photo ID at that.
And there was no new news. Okay.
Mr. Aceto?
Did you call him out and I missed it?
No, you haven't yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Michael Schaefer. Michael Stephen Schaefer. Thank you, sir. Mr. Schaefer here? Mr. Aceto, you had a very well-worded motion last time we discussed this.
Flatter me, I'll take the bait. So, again, this is referring to my motion from November 12th, that the board reject the photo ID exception form of Michael Stephen Schaefer by reason that his statement of reasonable impediment, expired out-of-state driver's license, bears no relationship to his ability to present a photo ID in person, and is therefore false for purposes of number memo 2023. You don't need to put that reference. Just say is therefore false.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'm going to reword that a little bit to uphold the challenge of the ballot
Thank you very much.
of Mr. Schaefer
Yes, thank you.
for the reasons that you enumerated.
Please make that.
All righty. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Elizabeth Summy, Elizabeth Maven Summy. Ready.
Double check on these to make sure we initial the. Right there, I did it. I wasn't sure we did the one before it.
Okay,
Oh,
Ms.
I
Stein?
got the wrong, we exchanged the wrong one. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Quinn, I think we've all seen it.
All right, thank you. I'd be happy to entertain a motion
You've
on
got
this
to
challenge.
ask if they're here first.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did,
Elizabeth
sorry.
Maven Summy.
Sorry.
okay, thank you. Again, I will make that motion to uphold the challenge. By reason that the statement of reasonable impediment, she forgot and left her ID at home. There's no relationship to her ability to present a photo ID in person and is therefore false.
All right, the motion before the board is to uphold the challenge of the ballot of Elizabeth Mabin Summy. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Challenge is upheld, 5-0.
Simply, Mr. Quinn, if I could say a word in my own defense, at that same meeting, I voted to reject 3 challenges. So and besides moving to make 4 challenges, so I am not the photo ID Nazi.
No. Actually, Mr. Aceto raises a good point. When we first tackled this subject, we approved several of these. And Mr. Aceto was key to the approval of those ballots. And just because we're focusing on the challenges right now, we don't want anyone to walk away with the misconception that he is Mr. No.
Thank you. If you have a misconception, leave it here. Don't walk away.
I would also just like to point out that we had had an extensive conversation about this, that we took this very seriously. We have to, Mr. Quinn will need to write letters regarding this. This is an extra step that we know we need to take in order to have done what we did. So we did not take it lightly.
Right here.
I don't know when the deadline on when they're written, but we're meeting a lot, so.
We're going to keep this simple. We don't need to elaborate on anything that we've already just used verbatim.
So next.
Okay. All righty, folks. At the top of the meeting, Director Duncan outlined a course of action where we were going to begin our review of audit results and then take a break. But we're going to take a break first. In fact, what we are going to do now, it is 12:20 right now, and we are going to recess this meeting until 1:30. That is going to enable everybody, I hope, to get a bite to eat, but it's also going to give staff a chance to apply the many manual edits that have to occur in the wake of the board's actions here. That's probably going to take an hour anyway. So I hope to see everybody back here at 1:30. This meeting is in recess.
We have lunch in the front room, you know, like we normally do, but, and I saw yours has a cute little sign on it. So, and Victoria ordered lunch, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You mean in all your spare time?
And she has good taste in lunch, as I recall. Somebody has good taste.
Atta girl. Stand up for yourself.
That's what it is. You do a good job of backing up one another, and there's just some skill sets that need to be kind of shared. So you get that. Already? What?
No, I don't like numbered memos.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for those who are tuned in. Mr. Spire, do we have anyone online? 11. All right, 11 viewers who are online, thank you for tuning in. We are still in recess and will remain in recess until 2 p.m. today. FYI, just another 12 minutes. The staff is working on some activities that they want to make sure they've completed before we proceed.
convenience stores. And then his family would come in and they would staff it, his wife and his kids. And he would build it up, and then he would sell it to one of these, kind of like Eblin or one of these groups. And so he did several like that, and he kept pumping them up. And his favorite lawyer, I did transactional stuff for him, but he was.
Good afternoon, everyone. Calling back into session the meeting of the Bunk County Board of Elections for Friday, November 15th, 2024. Canvas Day, welcome back. Thanks for coming for our afternoon session, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we have 11 people tuned in online currently. Very grateful for those who participate, be it in person or virtually. We have gotten through the first 3 items on our agenda today. The next up is presentation of audit. Ms. Pickens.
I have the report for the provisional applications. Thank you.
Why is it different? Is it 4 of them? How many did you present today? Were they all this? Was this one, what, can you look at your minutes right? Oh. 145. This, so not approved. Were all 4 of those in the computer? Okay, great. We just did it in the meeting audit. Yep, I get it.
I love collaboration, especially when it yields a positive outcome. All right. I hope everyone's had a chance to take a look at these pie charts. Do members of the audience have these reports? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I want everybody to have a copy of this if you want one. But just to summarize what this report says, we had 530 provisional ballots that were approved, that were partially approved. Fully approved, 530. And here's the breakdown. In 202 cases, there were photo ID exception forms that were sufficient to count the ballot. In 40 instances, we had indication that the voter was in the incorrect precinct, but they still ended up with the correct ballot style, so all the races could be counted on those individuals. In 76 instances, initially, we could find no record of registration, but further research enabled us to determine that the individual was in fact registered and we could count their ballot in full. We had 83 instances where people had been removed from the voter rolls previously, but by coming to vote in person and demonstrating who they were, their status was reinstated and they were able to vote in full. In 89 instances, we had unrecognized addresses, geocode issues, and research revealed that these individuals were properly registered at their addresses, and we were able to count their ballots in full. And then we had 40 instances that are in that wonderful catch-all category, all other. And I'm not exactly sure what those 40 are, but I'm glad that those 40 votes got to be counted in full. We had 145 partially approved, and of those 145, 106 of those were voters who voted in the wrong precinct, and we determined that they were properly registered, but we weren't able to count all the ballots on the ballot style they voted, because it was the wrong ballot style for them. So those 106 people had their ballots partially approved. There were 2 individuals who had photo ID exception forms, and their ballot was partially approved. We had 8 instances of no record of registration, and research by staff did reveal that the people were properly registered, and we were able to partially count the ballots of those 8. We had 16 who had been previously removed. They presented themselves in person, were properly identified, and we could count their ballots as well, but only partially. We had 8 unrecognized addresses, more geocode issues, and 5 that were all other. And then the big category is disapprovals. We had 596 instances where there was no record of registration for the individual, and so their votes were not counted. We had 68 cases where the voter provided a photo ID exception form that had one deficiency or another, and we were not able to count those ballots. We had 3 people who were in the incorrect precinct, 31 who had been previously removed, and 9 with unrecognized addresses, and 33 that were all other. Now, the total is 740, and you'll see up on our big board the disapprovals for these ballots is 736. Those numbers don't include any of the ballots that we discussed today, and you might recall very late in our morning session we reviewed 5 cases, and 4 of those, tell me. I'm doing this without notes.
Yeah, we had 2 that were reinstated. Challenges they brought in what they needed.
Correct.
And then we had a felon and a worker error that were reinstated. So that's the 4 difference between
Good.
the one.
No, those are from those weren't provisional ballots, those were people that voted, I don't know if they were early voting or whatever. The 4 were the 4 that Victoria she presented 5 today.
Right.
Those weren't in the count last night.
Right.
But one of them, remember, she said, wasn't even in our provisional module. It never got entered
Yeah, I remember.
correctly. So that's why it went up by 4 instead of 5
In the disapproves.
in the disapproves.
So it went.
We have 4 additional that were. The total is.
Right, so today it's plus 4, because those are the ones that she presented today, plus the one that's not in the module. So technically she talked about 5. But one of them never got in the module because of the way poll worker error
There wasn't enough information
Yeah.
to,
to even put in the module wouldn't let it be put in.
Okay, that makes a total of 1450.
yes.
The ones that you're talking about were in a different category. They weren't in provisional. They were either early voting or absentee.
All right, did anyone have any questions about these?
We're going to get a copy of
Yes.
I didn't get.
Yes. Everyone will get a copy of this. And you'll be reminded when you see this that when conducting the review, staff looks at a variety of information sources to try to get as much information as possible in hopes that we can count the ballot. And that's all documented in here too. All right, thank you, Ms. Pickens. Next up.
Justin, absentee.
All right, absentee, I don't see Mr. Tate. Hey, there's Mr. Tate. All righty.
All right. Unfortunately, my portion, normally drawn out amongst hours and hours of fun activity, will be merely a signing of the final audit from me. So,
That's the best news we've had from you in quite a while, Mr. Tate. Thank you.
there you are, sir. We did adjust for the deceased, as well as the adjustments made through the board meetings for those that were removed or disapproved. If you would just sign, and we will, that's all I need.
How many of these do you need signed?
Triple kit, or actually quadruple it. I'm
Let's
sorry.
sign them all.
Yeah, just sign one so I can have one for posterity. Thank you. Don't you upload all of them? No. I'll put them on stateside.
Did you want to just talk through what they're, or are you going to do that, Jake?
I mean, it's.
I'll let Mr. Tate do this. I'm still
Like
busy
I said,
reading.
the
it.
totals are just the running audit from each meeting.
Right.
With the adjustments of the disapproved and challenged, we did include those into the final meeting totals. So our total at the end of the election was 12,242. And then with the subtractions, you get 1215 or 12,215. So
How do the reinstated challenges work? They just,
they had to get, well, they went back to the next board meeting. It was,
okay.
or maybe if I'm not
I'm
understanding the
talking
question.
about the ones we did today.
Oh, those won't have anything to do with with the absentee? Or are you talking about the ones from election day that were removed?
No, we're talking about the ones that Devin requested to be added back, that we,
Oh, the one? Was there one or what?
four.
I don't think that anything. See, most of these are just,
I don't think they were absentee ballots, were
yeah,
they?
I think those are provisionals because
Well, she
the,
said they weren't provisional.
No, they're a different voting type.
yeah, they're not me.
Like, they're either early voting or election
Yeah,
day.
'cause we had them as challenges, but we didn't put whether
Say
they-
what voting type they
of
were.
voting type it
Oh.
was. So,
Yeah,
I was
we
just trying to figure out whether
we
it's
had
for-
one that we thought we were gonna have to pull for the fact that they voted on election day, but it only ended up being two, and then those were pulled, or on the disapproved, or challenged. They'd be in the challenge category. So,
Mr. Tate, if you could help me understand the three rightmost columns. I'm looking at the 12,242,
mhm.
and then I see the minus 43 and minus 12, and we end up with 12,215.
The last column, the column of the disapproved, those are just what we did per board meeting. So
Right.
those calculated out to what would have been removed for that particular board meeting. Say, for example, missing witnesses, things that were uncurable. And
Okay.
then if it were if it were something that moved to the next board meeting, then it would have gone over back into the civilian or pending pile. But the 43 total is what would be missing and subtracted. And then the 12 challenges are the ones that are either those members who were deceased or the 2 people that voted on election day.
Okay, what I'm trying to figure out is how I get from 12,242 to 12,215. The difference is 27. And I'm just going to feel more comfortable when I figure out how to make that adjustment.
Would you bear with me just a
Oh, okay. Is this in a spreadsheet?
It is.
Okay, yeah, on your meeting totals, please do a sum total for your current election total, because it's actually not 12,242 if I'm doing the math in my head correctly, which maybe I'm not. I am. Baby. Big numbers. I mean, five digits.
Do it again.
Yeah, that could be. I left my calculator at home today.
You got your phone.
Yeah, that's what I just pulled out. I like my HP 12C.
I'm gonna see if someone can go to Joyce's house. Rachel here. Where's Rachel? I think she's still here. But she also lives close to the, they're gonna call the apartment.
Oh, that adds.
Yeah, it is.
Fracture and dislocation.
There's something off here, though.
Let's see, going across. This is what you get. So.
Yeah, that's what I got too. Okay. And so the difference is. And see, the difference is the figure from October 15th in that column. And so, like, did that cell get omitted from the sum? Or
Well, we're not showing it here. There's not one for October 15th. Oh.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
but
October 15th, yeah, I
the
see.
difference being 28. There's your difference. It happens to be that cell. I just don't know.
Yeah, it could be. received it.
Oh, I'm still doing the columns.
Top of the tape, I guess. That's what I want. So I just, some of them are gonna be
This one's
obvious.
no tree.
Yeah, okay.
The military is off by 2. Yeah. Oh, I am so close. I am so close. Okay.
Oh, well, that means what you want to see.
Okay.
About this change up on the two.
I subtract 15. The difference is 15. This difference is 55. Subtract 12, 217. Two more to go out.
Like we did with Daphne when she got her It's good, actually.
Do incident reports go somewhere else, not in the county jail, along with the, there was
I
an
think-
incident report
where
from
do
the
those
county
go?
where a ballot was off, and I was just wondering, it said it was in another county, and
Bria can answer that when she's done here. That's for early voting. They're looking at election day. Because I was gonna be like, they're in the DA. I better let Bria answer.
answer my questions in another way. That we're in the same building.
I'm looking at this.
They were the same building,
I
so
think-
it makes sense when they
I
went.
think the PDF that we have.
Yeah.
Just,
Yes, they were in the same houses.
oh, for sure. Maggie's taking care of it. I was like, I told her that Bria will tell her. We have taken care of that.
And I wish that discussion.
Yeah, Maggie's got it.
Assume so,
Did you add it down?
That's what I'm about to do, but just doing it in my head, it looked like it was off by one. Oh, no, no, it adds.
Does-
Yeah, it is. My head was off by one. Yeah, it comes at 12,272. 4, 7, 9, 21, 26, 30, yeah, perfect, good.
Is there candy bag by you? Is there a root beer for me? Is there a root beer?
I'll go get that one.
Yep.
And
It means he's.
Do you want one from here?
I like the root beer one.
It's not your favorite?
What's a Jolly Rancher taste like?
What's a Jolly Rancher taste like?
Yeah, I mean, I
Pending.
don't think so. Should I
You've
try?
never had a Jolly Rancher
See,
Flop Top or
we're
just a
bunch
Jolly
of
Rancher in your
pending
entire
things
life?
I don't think I've ever had a
There's
Jolly
two
Rancher.
included
That
in
feels
total.
shocking to me. Is that shocking, or is that, did I just live a Jolly Rancher filled life when I was little?
You should have one just so you know you don't like it.
Okay. Which kind would I get?
Sour
I
apple.
like sour.
Sour apple.
Is there a sour? I mean, they're Jolly Rancher olives.
Why are they better than just like the regular?
Well,
I don't like them.
I like Jolly
They're super sweet.
Too sweet. I'd rather have sour than
I
sweet.
don't see a sour apple, but there's cherry and pink lemonade and watermelon.
Pink lemonade.
Pink one.
all those columns, those on the
That's the
plan.
sour end, right?
Probably.
Yeah, I'll let you know what I think. It's a new experience.
Oh, you should see. Because he does all the visual basics behind all the stuff that you can't even see. Like I said, I make all the stuff. He's creates all the special reports. He's stupid. And he quoted it out, so I'll read it back out. I can do the simple stuff. I can create something like those. I can create a simple visual basic, but stuff he does just blows me away.
Yeah, when I,
Jake, if you want, we could have Devin do early voting
yeah.
while they redo these
I
numbers.
mean, this.
Yeah, we came up with the same number.
Basically.
I'm very happy for you today, Sally. That's fair.
Well,
I haven't replenished this with much chocolate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
okay, if you want to do that? Sure. You do good. Alrighty. Yeah, if you could tee that up.
That's right, I need to re-up it.
I better wait for the candy. plenty to go around.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm good.
So, I have checked in with the team, and they need to work on this spreadsheet. But I also checked in with Devin, and he is able to present early voting if you wanted to do that while.
That sounds like a great idea. We'd love to move the process along. Thank you. Greetings again, Mr. Whitney.
Thank you. Well, here for early voting this time. Different, but the same. I have an update and some stuff to pass around to you all.
Great.
Oh, yeah. We can. The same-day verification process. Amy was locked out of doing the cures, so while we were in recess, I went and talked to her, and there was actually 15 that passed verification, which brings the unverified to 91. And there's a list of that. It's a little cleaner. Yeah, that might.
So these 2 pages equal 91?
Those 2 pages equal 106.
106, right. Thank you.
There's 15 on the verified and 91 on the other. Thank you.
And this is one we're looking at?
What?
That's one we're looking at?
Yeah, that's the new verified one.
So these people basically brought back an ID or
Mhm.
whatever necessary for the
Yep.
same day?
Yep. 2 of them were Warren Wilson students, and they're on the roster.
I remember those.
So you want to tell me about these failed verifications?
The failed verifications are, it's the same ones from earlier this morning. It's just in a different list.
Okay.
The same day
Yeah,
registration.
same day registrants.
Failed same, in other words, they failed to record for whatever reason.
They, the address, the
Card came
card bounced back. And as part of the state's same day verification process, that's what.
So the disposition of these was, you have to remind me,
The what?
the disposition of these was that they failed registration.
Yeah, they failed the verification part.
One of them is my granddaughter. Just wondered why.
Oh.
Have a chat, you'll have to have a chat with her later.
Yeah.
That's great.
So it was a,
That is not the
I'm
first bitter
done.
irony in this election. Darlene's ballot is going to bother me for a long time.
yeah, I know she attempted same-day registration in Black Mountain. It was her first, her first election. So, and then she presented a provisional driver's license.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But I wondered what so they couldn't find the address?
they couldn't deliver to it for whatever reason. I mean, it's all on the USPS for getting it there.
That's the Montreat problem.
Yeah.
Oh,
She doesn't even live in Montreat, she lives in Swananoa.
Well, Swananoa came with its other.
yeah. Plenty of mail delivery issues there.
She gets the mail in Montreat.
Did you supply a mailing
Say again? I'm certain she did, she only has one.
address?
I can't imagine that she wouldn't, but, I don't know, maybe it's not on there.
Maybe.
Well, is she registered for the next election, or does she just disappear into the ether?
She disappears into the ether. She'll have to register again. That is the way of it currently.
Her mother registered at the same time, would have given the same address as her first registration. But I don't see her on here.
Not.
What is the last name?
Martin. Her mother is C-type.
Is what here?
Mother is a C-type, but she's Martin. They have the same address. Kyla. Where is she? She's on this one.
Well, that was unexpected. The double-sided thing with
Yeah.
color on it. This is the daily auditing sheet
Right.
that we go through every day. And the fact that there's a bunch of green on this right now is just a testament to the amount of work that was put in by people on my team and county workers that came in to help as well.
Indeed.
This includes all of the verifications, the same-day verifications that are removed. So these numbers are lower by site than what is on the tapes that was printed out on Election Day.
So we have to look at this and the tape to be able to figure it out.
Looking at this in the tape is going to give you two different numbers.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We need to look at this and make sure, yeah, I see what you mean. What about the paint?
Those are issues that we are unable to resolve.
And they're described in this, on
Yeah.
this sheet.
Oh,
Some of these came about because they are, they came about because they're too late to be challenged.
but it
So-
won't be too late to update the registrant's record.
Too late to do anything about the ballot that was cast under the wrong record. So if we can't challenge the ballot, we can't remove the ballot. And these came after Wednesday.
But I think Mary Ann is asking if we have information to correct
If it was on the
voter
ineligible.
history error. or
Oh,
something like
yeah.
that, those all will happen, all that will happen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, the ballot will still go through because it went through, but
Mhm.
you'll update the
Yeah.
various people's records.
Yeah, these records, that's why there's a difference, is because the records have been canceled, but the ballot's still there. And these, I think 5 of the 6 of these voted, well, no, 4 of these voted provisionally. So they have a valid record. The 2 from Wesley Grant on the 29th, just not any information about the provisional. It went through the DS-200. And the 1 failed same-day verification ballot that we cannot find. That is, I know it is there. The ballot matched it on the 29th. It is in another day or another site. And there were so many out. We try to be careful with keeping everything separate and contained. But sometimes it doesn't work.
needle in a haystack now.
Yeah.
I mean, probably find it during the recount.
Was 21,160 the number of early votes this time?
Was
21,000?
116,000.
Oh, right. I'm thinking absentee. 116,000, and there's 6 discrepancies?
Yeah, 6.
6 discrepancies out of 116,000. I think my calculator's got enough decimal places to figure out how tiny that fraction is. But,
0.05% or something.
oh, much less. I mean, that is teeny. Yeah, that's teeny tiny.
Oh,
6 out of 116,000.
oh.
So.
I can't do that in my head right now.
Yeah.
Or probably ever.
Does anyone have any? Anyone have any questions for Mr. Whitney about this? Mr. Whitney, thank you very much. I really appreciate the work that you and your team have accomplished on this. We can understand not finding needles in haystacks,
Thank you.
but we are grateful that the needles are so few in number, because we know how big the haystack is.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I should finish my sentence for those that can't read my mind.
Please.
Because the same day voter registration number changed, can we redo the motion or something? Before it was 95 or 4?
Oh, right.
now
Yeah.
it's-
No, I've got that written down. We went from 95 to 91. And where did we, please remind me where we discussed the,
It was
I know it was early in the meeting,
earlier today, when
and what we,
was talking about challenges.
exactly. And we made a motion to disapprove or to not approve.
Member Ray moved to remove the 95.
Remove, right.
registrations and
Remove that,
ballots
right.
of the-
And so what we want to do is update that motion to remove not the 95 ballots that had, that failed the mail verification, but 91 ballots failed the mail verification on same-day registration. So I'd like to make a motion to amend our earlier motion. Where did I write that down?
I can amend it if you want.
Yeah, no, please. Ms. Brain?
I'll amend my earlier motion to remove 95 to state we will remove 91. Same-day registrations that failed.
Alrighty. Thank you, Ms. Brain. The motion before the board is to remove the 91 registrations, same-day registrations that failed the mail verification. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And next up, we have absentees.
All right, with some rechecking with Ms.
Oh,
Maria.
right.
New sheets.
Thank you.
What the mistake initially was is, and how the correction on the sheet has been made, is in an effort for our own accounting and transparency, we had the pending, disapproved, and challenged lines, when in reality what should have been done was when the pending was completed or voted upon should have gone back into the civilian category.
Okay.
And the in some instances, disapproves were not necessarily removed. They would have just been pushed to a second board meeting. Say, for example, witness needs cures, etc. The challenges, those were consistent. That's an easy minus. But the disapproved category is what was causing the stipulation, as well as the pending. So what we did is we went back in, saw which ones had been cured either in the disapproved and with the pending, and what were accepted, went back, added that to the civilian category, and then that gave us the accurate the totals.
Okay, so there were no changes in the military or overseas. It's all in the civilian. Well, I mean, the arithmetic was revised in the military column. It now totals 145 accurately. Yeah. I mean, that was just, I think the figure from the 1114 second supplemental had been omitted from that sum, and that was that. Okay, so now we just have to wrap our brains around the civilian column, make sure we are comfortable with that.
So the difference in the civilian is basically any pending that went back into it and any disapprovals that weren't actually disapproved but just rolled back.
Became cured.
Yeah, okay. If they were cured, then we'll roll into what the next step is that we
Yep.
Okay.
Now you're talking about the request?
Yep.
Yeah, that was dyslexia.
So it's 890.
It is 8.
It's not 980?
It's not 980. Or
It's
wait,
980.
It's, what
It's not
what it on-
890.
It's what's on it now.
Okay.
It went up, but it is from what?
Okay, the ballot requests is 17,980. The previous report had 890 instead of 980.
Should
but
it
just-
bother me that the percentages don't add up to 100?
Oh, rounding.
Yeah, it's missing.
It adds to 99.
It's missing fractions of it.
Okay. We're losing her.
Good? Okay.
Thank you for.
Like I said, we,
Get this
with
right.
everything's going up to the deadline, let me turn my mic on. With everything going to the deadline, it would have been nicer to have a little longer for an audit period, but
Yeah, sure.
All right, has everyone had a chance to review the report? Any questions for Mr. Tate on this? Everything ticks and ties on the report. I mean, what you saw was, meeting by meeting, civilians went up 8 for the October 8th meeting, 16 for the October 15th meeting, up 39 for the next meeting, 85 the next meeting, 53 the next, 71 the next, 12 the next. You add them all up, and that's 284, which was the precise discrepancy that we had between this report and the previous report. So, thank you, Mr. Tate.
thank you.
Alrighty, and next is
Can we get
is what?
his report?
Yes.
Go ahead,
What did I do with that? I can't find my agenda. Hopeless.
Thank you. I got scribbled all over the
rough week.
Must be Mary Ann taking it. She's messing with him. She'll give him back a stack of agendas at the end of this. He can't find his agenda again.
Oh.
Keeps disappearing. Corinne tells me that she's not taking it. That's not my agenda.
I have mine.
Oh, it's weird. I lost yesterday's too. Tough times. Oh, thank you for this. Next.
I have the election day audit spreadsheet and summary. I'll give you a chance to look at it, and when you're ready for me to explain the differences, let me know.
I did just have a general question. I was looking at this I happened to stumble on 34.1 and 35.1 switcheroo of one ballot. And I was curious, where do the incident reports lie? They weren't in the book, so when I went to try to see that.
I have them somewhere.
Is this a precinct for the two precincts?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't get more.
Yeah, me too.
I do too.
Yeah.
Actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's real hard to keep up with them when you're watching everything else. Lots of voters that walks out with them. I've chased him down to the car before.
Good. Tackle them.
I have a couple of questions when you're ready, Bree. I'm not quite sure on the differences on 64.1. We are unable to determine who needs voter history. I'm not quite clear what that means.
So, the DS-200 number was one higher than our ATVs and voter history.
Okay.
I think that is due to the precinct losing power and having to write applications by hand. I think that somebody voted and they forgot
To put
to write an
ATV,
for it.
yep. That makes sense.
I was unable to locate an ATV for it.
That was 64.1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm just curious about the provisional ballots that go in the DS-200. Is that, so they voted a provisional ballot, it went into the DS-200. Did they pull it back out and put it in an envelope, or do we know?
Yes.
But it counted already, so.
Yeah.
But we rescanned the precincts that provisionals went through the DS-200 without the provisional. So it was deducted that way,
Yeah.
instead of doing it manually in ElectionWare.
That's a simpler fix, isn't it? And then for 44.1, who knows? The ballot, it's a missing ballot in that case.
That's correct.
Is
but
it?
we don't know what happened.
So
That's
would,
the one they thought maybe walked out the door.
That's the one that we heard about earlier, yeah.
so, I mean, would the situation for the provisional ballots be this, the person votes the provisional ballot and then runs over and puts it in the DS-200 and the worker's chasing after him saying, don't do that, or is that kind of the
Yes.
scenario?
Yeah.
And I haven't worked at the polls before, but that's kind of what would happen.
You're getting the hang of it.
Okay.
You might be ready.
Yeah, you're ready. Definitely ready, Glenn.
Well, usually when somebody's filling out a provisional, you're not really sitting there with them, you're letting them fill out their ballot. You're doing something else, you look up and there they are.
They're following what everyone else is doing.
Right, they're
Yeah,
putting
they're
their
doing
vote
it.
in there.
Yeah.
But at least they identified it and got it back out.
Yes.
And all of these provisionals that you know went into the DS-200 were recovered.
That's one of the values of having those 3 times during the day to check, probably. I mean, they can catch that at 10 or at 2 or at 4 when they're trying to count, so.
And for these, I believe they caught them immediately.
Mhm.
There was no delay. in-
Yeah, you've got incident reports in there, so
Yes.
that cover it.
I have the incident report for 35.1,
Mhm.
34, and 35,
Mhm.
and I just remembered where it was. I hid it from myself.
My
It's at
husband
the
does.
warehouse.
Okay.
But an incident report does exist for it.
I could see it Tuesday when I'm over there if I want.
And 36.1, unable to determine who the vote, you know what record they voted on, but you don't know who they were.
Right. I tried to compare signatures to someone that lives maybe in the same area of voters before and after the application. Maybe, I tried everything to find out who this person was, but I could not.
But you know which record was voted.
I know the record that the voter was voted on,
Right.
yes. Yes.
Again, Ms. Bailey, as I look at the mega spreadsheet,
Yes.
I'm looking at our totals. I see total votes cast of 161,276, but the 4 components do not add up to that number. I don't have any absentee ballots in here.
They're down below.
I'm just trying, yeah, I understand they're down below, but I'm totaling this column down here, and we've got the grand total of 161,276. This adds up to like 140 something. But we've got absentee ballots that need to be included in that total, and I want to make sure I understand where they're appearing.
So at one time, I had it all combined, but we separated absentee and supplemental out.
Okay, and so
They're below.
right, no, I see them, but when I see total votes cast, you know, I'm expecting to see it all add up.
So the
I'm weird that way.
would it be the 963 would be what we need to add to the other? Is that what you're thinking?
If I see board approved is 11,250 on absentee by mail, and 963 supplemental absentee by mail.
So those two together.
And so if I add those two to the 32,334, the 15, the 116,039, and the 665, I hope it comes to 161,276.
Got it.
But I don't know. I'm going to give it a try.
So it is factored into the total votes cast. If I mathed correctly.
So the total ballots counted at 161,284, you think is including The 12.
I was looking at the wrong number. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
Okay. It adds, Bria.
Do you see what I've done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, which,
Okay. Okay, so
did you add to the?
just so everybody knows what I'm doing here on the magic calculator. We've got an election day total
Yes,
of,
161, 276,
no, election day total of
32.
32,335 ballots counted. And 15 transfer,
Mm-hmm.
116,046 one-stop early voting.
039.
675 provisional? No, I'm looking at the ballots. Well, I did the reconcile based on ballots counted. And to that, I added 11,250 board-approved absentee by mail, plus 963 board-approved supplemental absentee by mail. And that gave me the grand total of 161,284.
Yep.
And when you net from that the adjustments that were discussed, the final total is 161,276, which if I'm understanding the report accurately, comes to 74.36% of registered voters. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. And thank you for being so responsive. I do appreciate it, because this is complex stuff, and we want to make sure we got it right. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Bailey, for Director Duncan, for Mr. Aceto? He's ready to answer all the questions. Okay. Thank you, Director Duncan. Where are we?
So we are at the review process, which at least 4 of you have already started. And, you know, you may or may not be satisfied, so you can keep moving on with that until you're satisfied. Once you are, we can go and print the reports, and we will have to take a break for that, because that's hundreds of pages of printing.
Okay.
And then we can come back and look through those and hopefully certify.
I'm plenty good. I've looked at what I need to look at.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Haven't did anything.
All right.
I don't think you have either.
I haven't. I think we were busy calculating.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
those.
I'm having a bad flashback. Rolled up tapes.
Issue.
So I looked up the granddaughter registrations. Your granddaughter didn't provide a mailing address when she registered, but your daughter who registered in August did.
Daughter-in-law.
Or sorry, daughter. So that was the difference, was the mailing address.
So they didn't register together.
No, your daughter-in-law registered in August, so she was registered before the election. And your granddaughter same day registered. They might have voted together, but your daughter-in-law was already registered, but also had provided a mailing address. I think that is the main difference.
Okay. So all they have is physical address, just want to know, and that, I don't think any mail goes to that one.
Yeah. So that's probably why it got returned to us and then why the same day registration failed.
Okay, all right. Well, that,
Which is a bummer.
yeah, okay. So she just needs to try again. You know, I did, filled out a registration, she must have gone and filled out a one, because I said, what out, and put everything on it. She must have used it. That's right, 'cause I was waiting for a social security. She must have gone done, she did SDR, didn't she? Yeah, that's it, because I had done one month before, but yeah, okay. Well, I can try that again, I guess. Yep.
I just saw the Windy City World Group, so that.
I mean, I can. Because I did. Looks like everybody wrote those down. How's that going on, man? It's probably because of lines.
Right. Good.
Just out of curiosity, on this incident report, they discovered a ballot that was checked rather than having the ovals filled in. And they can't identify who it was, and is that ever a case where we can duplicate that ballot, voter intent?
Is that 59.1?
Yes.
We did duplicate that ballot in-house and rescan the precinct.
Okay,
They were supposed to do it at the precinct, but they didn't.
okay.
So what, so it rejected it?
It rejected it. Well, they were offline. They went in the emergency bin, and they didn't catch the fact that they were checked. And so it wouldn't scan it.
That makes sense.
So, but it did get scanned.
It did.
But I
Very
will
good.
definitely also, yeah.
A lot of that provisional ballot stuff going on.
Yeah. But they were all retrievable, which is huge. We don't always get that lucky.
Well, I guess with the lines that we had, that would certainly attribute to that.
They were easy.
On this one. Oh,
That was it.
that was it.
You're all there.
Very good. And this total, DS2, it says final DS200 count.
So that is from when we closed polls on early voting. Those numbers have changed a bit due to manual edits because of challenges and.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
'cause
it'll be
they're-
different.
They're not gonna match.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just what came out.
All that, yeah.
out of the
And
box.
that's, you know, I think we just have to keep that in mind.
Movie things around.
Our best way to deal with this, to get a vote. And we'll have to just wait and see how chips fall with other people. I can't really speak to them, but I know how we're gonna vote, so. Okay. Okay. Well, we can try that, but we may know more, that's something to keep in his back pocket, I'm sure. See how the conversation goes tomorrow. And what other questions we have, and we'll get a lay of the land, I think. The other people are there, but if you're feeling that need, at the end of that meeting, table it, then certainly you're right.
Well, that's the same. Consider me ready to vote.
Yeah, send it over.
because that stick it down.
Oh.
She's not in there yet. Let's see.
I gotta go. All right, bye.
All right, colleagues, we have had, or we have been given the opportunity to review the reports that the staff has presented to us about this election. Does anyone have any questions about the reports that we've reviewed? Well, silence is golden. Director Duncan, thank you. It appears that the Butler County Board of Elections is satisfied with staff's presentation of the audit and reports, and we are ready to proceed with certification.
Okay, so the next step will be there are a bunch of election reports that we'll print out of Electionware. So that's the block style canvas report, the canvas cover letter, all of those things. This is because we have so many voters for this election, they are big reports.
Mhm.
So I suggest another recess. And do you think an hour is still an accurate time? And then we should be able to look at those and be done.
All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions? Okay, a meeting of the Butler County Board of Elections is in recess until 4:30 p.m. today on Friday, November 15th. We'll reconvene at 4:30, and we expect to have cake by 4:40. Just want to make the expectation clear. Hello again, everyone. Calling back into session the meeting of the Buncombe County segment of our meeting today. We are at the stage where it is time to certify the election. Director Duncan?
So a very large stack of reports have been printed. Bria, are you going to hand it out to them? Or, okay. So Bria will hand out all of the reports to you. They are the same data in different formats. These will all be uploaded to the State Board of Elections once you certify, and to the Clerk of Court, and then we will also mail to all of the municipalities as well. And then once you are satisfied that the reports reflect what we have done today, I have the final abstract of votes that you will sign, and I will notarize, and this will make everything official. We have checked, and the results are posting, so everything's working.
Yay.
Maria.
All right, in this stack, on top, it's the report that's easy to read.
These are our take-home copies?
Nope.
No, I didn't think so.
Underneath,
This one is, right?
Right.
Just a summary?
The group details.
yes.
Marianne and Glenn split and then the other.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I just, here we go.
No problem.
I'll get to be in your buddies pairs.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I also have this, we only have one copy of this report, it's the manual edit log. So I'm just gonna put that there. So we can
Thumb through it.
Those of you who have been here for our meetings recently know about the different manual edits that had to be applied based on decisions made by this board. This is the kind of work that staff has been doing, and this is extraordinarily labor-intensive and time-consuming. Just so grateful for their dedication and diligence on this. In fact, I did want to make an observation now. Perhaps it's premature, but I want to tip my cap, which is over there on the stand, do it proverbially, to everybody in this room who managed to stay healthy, managed to keep coming to our meetings and doing the work for the community through extraordinarily difficult circumstances. And this is cold and flu season, ladies and gentlemen, and you all took such good care of yourselves. I'm talking about board members, I'm talking about staff, and I'm talking about the wonderful people who come to our meetings. It is nothing short of remarkable that we managed to get through this. And I think the way we managed to do it is we stayed healthy enough to make it to the finish line.
That helped.
That is, I think about it, it's just incredible. I mean, this is the time of year I'm normally sniffling and sneezing, and I think Mother Nature knew that it was more important to try to keep me intact, keep everybody else intact, get all this stuff done. Just fantastic.
My throat is sore.
And I know that's from cheering so loudly at us being finished.
That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Good. And see, and that's the thing. And I've got the teamwork on this board too, helping one another out through the tough times.
Don't forget to take the wrapper off.
See, that's how we help each other out.
Stay healthy.
Okay, back to work.
Can you open that, please?
I might close it back so you can't tell.
I can't get really, you'll have to help me.
You can review it. You can review it. It's recorded. No, they're just making.
It does, and I don't have much of that. Thank you. Okay, so you happy with all this? Oops, that looks right, that looks right. And me too, man. Where's the Black Mountain one that we're looking at? And then the Superior, so where's the one, well, let's go to this one first. That's the Griffin and Briggs, it's close with her. So,
Not closer in here.
no, not close. We can't see the state, that's right. But Black Mountain will be up
Now,
there
is
too.
Black Mountain a distillery, it's close, or is it
Yes.
separated?
You heard
I
anything
actually
about
didn't
Black
look at
Mountain?
it. So it's Black Mountain and it's the last two. So it's three, it's vote for three. So it's the third and fourth.
Very last page, page 9?
Close. I'm gonna look at it on the,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
Council.
oh my gosh.
oh no. Okay, let me take a look.
Yeah, third,
Dan
fourth.
Cordell.
Well, yeah,
The
that
difference
is-
had been over 100 votes.
Well, he was the wedding
5 votes?
He was my church.
Five
For
votes.
years. 25.
Sounds like we're doing two
Pam King.
Well,
Looks like we're gonna
Go
do
right
But those two are locked
And
together.
Archie Patellier too.
Pateller. Archie Pateller.
Well,
Pateller too, they're all
we're
locked
doing
together.
the machine count anyway.
Anyway, so-
Yep. So I think we just,
Now, that's a question that I have
Well,
to
if those
ask, when we
two
do
get
that
the-
machine
if they
count, is it
leave
gonna count
early in-
every race?
I think that it
It does, but we only report the
Probably not.
contest of the recount.
Probably right.
right.
Okay, but it will just like usual, it'll count every
Yes.
race, and then you just pick out those two races?
Yes.
Okay. That's amazing. Two recounts.
Two what?
Two recounts.
Oh, yeah.
If requested.
yes, they do have to request it.
5 votes? I think.
The second, the second,
Dan's like, I would request it.
Yeah, recount.
I don't know, after this hurricane,
we
do
haven't
you
gotten
still-
any requests in yet.
Sure.
Is that true? We haven't gotten the requests in yet.
Correct, no requests yet.
And that's the state too?
Correct.
Okay. No, it's kind of hopeful, isn't it?
There's no way they're not going to question the state. I would be less likely that Black Mountain's going to question.
Citizen on data.
So I see that one, and I see that one.
So the one we're talking about
can't see
after
anything.
close is here.
Doesn't mean any good anyway.
Anything.
The top three.
So
Yours, we just seem to forget who we think it is.
Was ours posted?
This is what the final results are showing on.
oh, it's
How much water have we got today?
so Pam's address. Sorry, 505. And that's the one that they're talking about. Is closed.
Oh, I see, but that's not, it's not, those, so the top three, it has to be between.
3 and
because-
4.
Yeah, and so what's
It-
the difference there?
It's the margin between the third place candidate
And
and
the
the
next
fourth
one
place
out.
candidate.
It's just, no, it's, sorry, on there it's reported in number order, this
Oh,
one
okay.
it's reported,
Oh.
by
Name
name
order?
order.
So those two are
it's-
gonna move to the top.
Although, yeah, so those two are the top two vote getters.
You guys are forcing me to look at this report.
Thank you for.
So it's 127.
Oh, okay, so it's back what it was. Oh,
Okay, so it's this one, this
much
one,
better.
then it would go to that one.
I need to sleep for 4 days and get my filter back. Oh, unexpired, so an unexpired count comes about when, somebody like, they, you know, they get elected, so they're supposed to be in there for 4 years, but they leave the office
And someone gets
early, so like 2 years early or something, so somebody else either
These
gets.
are write-ins, I see.
Right,
That's why Ryan's not on that list.
right, Ryan's not on that list because he, he's running for the unexpired term, yeah.
So I don't think I would request,
Right,
100.
Yes.
not with the 127.
Yeah.
Back to one
We don't
recount.
think that they can, right? That
Right,
doesn't-
but the margin's too wide.
You got 600 votes.
Not the case with that statewide race, though.
This guy
What is the
got
latest
30.
stats on that one?
So, he's 0 for 2. So that means exactly 80 people.
Just,
Single
I
shot.
mean, it doesn't make sense, but.
That guy.
Right. It makes sense.
Right.
Everybody's
With
voting
one
for him,
logic
didn't vote for
structure, it
either
makes
of the
sense.
other two.
Wait.
Yes.
See your reasoning again here.
Oh, sure.
We don't know that the undervotes were
Yeah, they were. Yeah, we
okay.
That's funny.
Yeah, well, you would know.
Where is the one, the vacant one? Is it in here? I don't wanna sign it.
I could not tell you that.
Okay.
But I know how they work. If they get a vacancy, which they will.
Order it.
Says people roller in dirt. They will die.
Mhm.
You don't put him in.
And how do you feel?
Council will just put him, they'll just fill the vacancy.
Yeah, got it.
Because he ran.
He's next,
Yeah,
right.
he's, there's what lithium in the water. And some people, they're Nazis. But who live up there? After they've drunk the water for a while, they chill out.
You know, some of my Democratic friends follow Sally Jenkins up there,
I know the name.
and Alice Lutz. She was on the commission. Can't remember much.
From the state.
Excellent.
I have to say, I try not to work in my nest and stay out of it.
Yeah, smart. Very smart.
I mean,
These
I've
look
held
great.
whatever office there is up here, but I've stayed out of it.
Could you tell Wade that
Yeah.
these look great?
I think that was.
The duplicates were
I
calling
stayed
me
out
Wade.
long enough, they kind of forgot enough.
What they might not have liked or
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever.
Yes, I like them a lot.
She said that seriously before.
Need to look at any of this. Kind of where I am too now. Kathy, did you bring your book Kathy, did you bring your book with you? I want to take a peek at it while we're finishing up here. I just wanted to take a look at it.
Companion to the list. The most recent list to the list he took us off of.
Great.
Nothing should have changed, but.
Thumb through.
Yeah, good.
Right, they look nice.
this works this way. To page 1 and 2, but you have to have a candidate.
This is the record down here.
Ms. Duncan, can I ask you kind of an unrelated question just about
It doesn't really
how the state board data looks and what we can get from them around the state? I was thinking about now that we have the new ID exception forms. And I was looking at our own data that looks like, if I recall, I don't have it in front of me, like 9% of the provisionals had to do with ID exception forms. Will we get that kind of information collectively from the state if we get on the board?
If it is on
The
Warren
website.
County, yes.
So we'd have to tally 100 counties, though?
They usually will compile. They do that after their canvas.
So sometime in early December, I could see that information. Thank you.
That's state senate, isn't it, or representative? State House against Chrissy Sluter. These two. She's the one that we thought might have some of the problems with the ballots. And
You need to
the way they were
update your
printed,
voter
because
registration.
that race didn't show up on some people's ballot.
No,
It would have been precinct.
we'll definitely get here. Oh. Thank you, Wade.
This is still. The same, the other candidate in that race? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, the following contest would be this one, wouldn't it?
It would be district court judge.
Because it's an undervote, you're not gonna see a candidate name on it.
Yeah, I realize that.
So,
So,
I was just wondering
you go
how
for the
they,
Higgins race.
yes, and then the next one is, House of Rep, District 115. And then the next one would be district court judge, seat whatever,
Actually,
36.
that would depend on the precinct.
They would, yes.
Particular district was,
55-1.
the chances are you're only gonna have one state house district in that precinct.
That'll be
one.
this
And so
race.
This would be like the judicial race that immediately followed that county commission. This would have been Maryland and Preston. The undervotes, they did not have opponents. And I'm guessing they appeared right after this.
Okay. I don't know where this goes.
No, I'm sorry, I'm saying Preston.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay,
And then it goes like this.
okay. So that's kind of the way those would fall too. Just curious what the undervotes were. I was just looking, you can see there's basically one ballot.
And then the next thing will be
Yeah,
this.
basically, by what the change was, it's like, okay, it was one ballot, and I get that. Yeah. I got through 2 pages. I just wanted to see how the report worked. That was enough.
I like the gold, looks really good in pictures of it.
You guys want to look at this one?
Had enough.
Oh,
Trust your, I trust your bulldog in this.
Chopped liver over here.
What are they?
They're really pretty. I don't think they're done reviewing.
I'm sure this candidate is going to be thrilled. Now, we'll forget this, we like this one, we like the new site. Oh, and you're fixing my curtain, which is always the all this referenda was
Did do a double take.
Corinne, do we get a copy of this one? Thank you. That's the only one I really need.
I think that that's what only one anyone really wants ever. There's another one you like.
I did look through some of them, but. Which one is that one?
This is the general election results by contest. It's
Yeah, I saw that one.
the beauty of this is precinct.
I don't think so, but.
If you're a campaign nerd, it's the report that you gotta focus on.
And actually, that one.
Will you know when your board is done reviewing? Okay.
A motion you've made in the past is to certify the general election of November 5th, 2024 for Buncombe County.
And then all the board members will sign, and then I'll notify your signature 3 times.
Colleagues, has everyone had a chance to review these reports and assorted materials associated with the finalization of this election?
I just have one question.
Mr. Aceto?
What is the threshold for write-ins to appear on the precinct results?
I think you're right.
5 for the same person.
Unless it's a qualified write-in for president, and then all are reported.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney.
Are the write-in votes tabulated separately as in an aggregate on this report? Let's say we had 10 write-ins. Or let's say you had 4 write-ins and didn't have enough for one person, or 6 write-ins, 3 each. There should be a write-in column.
It's like a miscellaneous, right?
It gets filtered into the miscellaneous line in there.
In each. I just was looking for the write-ins in Montreat and I don't see them. Just curious. Somebody's gonna ask me. I mean, there was about 16 in each race, but I don't.
They show on any of their reports. Is he on the precinct report? I bet it's in one of these reports.
I don't think
They're in the summary, there's detail, but they're not on the precinct. Where they are, and I just missed them. Wouldn't be.
precinct number?
Can't see very well, 36-1.
I don't think they were.
Well, Black Mountain only has 6.
It shows up on the Blockstock campus.
I'm pretty sure he said Black Mountain.
If you look at this one,
Write-ins.
see?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the wrong place.
So like for mayor, 22.
This is a.
But it doesn't show
Doesn't tell how many per
no
candidate,
more than 5.
but I think it's 5 per candidate.
Yeah.
So, well, you're right, there'd be more than 5 for just.
I wonder why it's not here. Just
Oh, I know why it's not here, because that gets, that gets exported from a computer that's not connected to the internet. We have to then enter the write-ins in separately through Seams, and they get combined. They're all online.
They're all
That's where you
online.
can see them.
It shows up on the Blockstock campus.
But it doesn't show.
Well, it doesn't show,
They will only print on the results by precinct and contest if they have more than 5.
so for instance, in this Montreat mayor, which is 36.1, there's 22 write-ins.
Yes, so one person did not have.
Have 5. That's it, so that's the threshold. Right.
There's also Commissioner on Montreat.
But again, we know that how do we, and the way we would see that then, if we wanted to dive deeper into that, would be to,
Yeah, if you want the raw write-ins, all of them, happy to provide it.
I'd like to see it.
for
Not
the
necessarily- Not
for,
necessarily right now.
yeah.
Anytime, I got it.
Okay.
Next week. we'll do it.
Recount, yes. Recount.
Yeah, we'll have a little
Side
time.
activities, side quest.
All right. Everybody okay?
Is that the question you should ask?
I suppose not. But, oops, is that 1 or 2? I would happily entertain a motion by someone on this board to certify the general election in Buncombe County, North Carolina for the November 5th, 2024 election. Thank you, Mr. Aceto. The motion before this board is to certify the general election of November 5th, 2024. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Thank you, everybody. The election is certified. And it's not even 5 o'clock. We got a minute. And again, thank you to every last person in this room who has helped make it possible.
And a lot of other people that aren't.
You betcha.
Yes.
Hundreds and hundreds of other people.
Literally.
Some of whom helped us as county employees temporarily, but a lot of people who helped out, they were working for the parties, they were working for the campaigns, they were working for the candidates, they were working for different interest groups. It takes all of those participants to make this happen, and to happen with the success that we've enjoyed here in Buncombe. And we deeply, deeply appreciate that level of participation here. Very engaged community, and it shows. Director Duncan, what next?
Get those signed.
Okay.
I can notarize them.
I will get them signed. Just a reminder that it seems that our next meeting will be on Tuesday at 1 p.m. The calendar says noon. No, 1 p.m. I
Yeah, it was
was
1.
looking online. It said noon. Okay. Yeah, it's
Well,
going to be
what
1.
It's
1
1.
p.m. or noon?
It's 1.
It's 1 p.m.
It's noon is
on
the
Tuesday,
deadline.
1 to 5 on Tuesday. Then we will convene at 8 a.m. on Wednesday.
At the
and on
warehouse.
Thursday. And right, and thank you, Ms. Stein. We will be meeting at the Election Services Warehouse at 50 Cox Avenue to do this work. So if you come here, you're going to be lonely. Come on down to Cox Avenue, and it'll be happening. There's no more business, is there?
I would like those signed in the meeting.
Okay.
All the board members have to sign it, and then I'll notarize it.
Sign those, send those on down.
Yeah, totally, yes. Oh, and. Here it is. It is.
50
In a nice way. The candidate has to request. Turn it around.
Our meeting at 1 o'clock on Tuesday.
That's correct, at the warehouse.
At the warehouse, but on Wednesday, we will be meeting.
That's when we start our shifts, and 8 start at 8 a.m.
That's correct.
Won't that be fun?
Yeah. That can happen. And there's the cake there. Oh, did you do it? It'll take them like 5 years.
It's been a rough week.
She's not gonna have cake.
You want your job.
There's 20 more plates I just grabbed.
There's 3 of them.
And when I put the last stamp on here, you can adjourn the meeting.
This is really
Yeah, where is Kathy?
For a while.
One. I know, right?
Oh, thank you, yeah.
Good to see
Good.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, thank you, thank you.
Great. I was gonna say Charlie, that's right, yeah.
Okay, complete.
Did you do your thing? I didn't get to watch you do your.
Then we.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your indulgence through all of this. Is there any more business to come before this board today? No. All righty. This meeting is adjourned at 5:05 p.m. and thank you once again, everybody. Woohoo!